There is Team Arnaldi on the left-hand side in the baseball cap. Is his girlfriend Mia, who's actually from Australia. So he's spending extended time here, particularly in Melbourne. Is Matteo Arnaldi got here very, very early, well before Christmas. Spent Christmas here. And that's when Matteo was playing a challenger. He was playing a challenger. She was doing some study in that part of the world, and they met, and now they're very happily together.
Oh, careful. Right for the banana shot round the net post there. Umpire, ball kid, everyone in play. Thankfully no one hurt.
From a tennis match to a pinball machine. Strong hold in the opening game. Moment for Matteo Arnaldi, reaching the semi-finals in Montreal last year. The big Masters events on the ATP calendar. A couple of quarterfinals as well. Now, the discussion going on, we think this might be about the screens.
Yeah, I think it might be. There's a couple of big screens in adjacent corners of this key arena. I just wonder if it's slightly distracting Matteo Arnaldi, who's asked the question of whether they're essentially showing the coverage.
But not the commentary. That would be distracting. Let's take a look at the win predictor for this match.
Lorenzo Musetti to serve.
I think that's about right, Colin.
Well, it has to be based on a head-to-head, but well, just the fact that we're on a hard court, I might go a little closer to 50-50 here. Put it this way, it wouldn't surprise me if Matteo Arnaldi got his first win over Lorenzo Musetti today. And it's, you know, it's points like that where Musetti, he's a player that likes time. He's a shot maker. Doesn't have the biggest second serves, and he likes to sort of camp out behind the baseline and construct his points. But when it's quick, lively, as it is here in Melbourne, he doesn't have as much time to do that. He's going to need to be prepared to serve big and go for his shots early in the rallies.
He hasn't made it past the second round here at the AO.
Simone Tartarini there with the long hair, who is well, an ever-present with Lorenzo Musetti. He's a coach and almost like a second father as such.
Well, it's been a lifelong association, really, hasn't it?
We mentioned in the warm-up, Pete, the success the Italians have had, the FIT, Federation of Italian Tennis. one of the things they've done is invested in coaches. So when talented players are coming through, rather than take those players to a sort of national academy, if you like, or a centralized training center, they've sent coaches to them and kept them with their club coaches, their developmental coaches, and developed the coach and brought them on tour, brought them on the journey. So very common to see the Italians with, in Musetti's case, a coach like Tartarini who's been with them through his childhood onto the tour. That's the model they're using, and it's working beautifully for them. You think of Matteo Berrettini, who won earlier on here, you know, Vincenzo Santopadre, who was with him for a long time. They split a couple of years ago, but very much the sort of developmental coach onto the tour. And you know, you're just growing the depth of knowledge and richness of the sport in your country by doing that.
Nicely done. Had time on the ball. Musetti there.
Good tennis.
1 game on.
21 quality shots. These two have the potential to have a real battle here, don't they, across best of 5 sets. First time in their head-to-head that they've played over best of 5 in a Grand Slam.
Relatively new experience for both of them anyway. So few tournaments, just the majors now, which is best of 5 set tennis. Just a slight delay as we're waiting for fans to make their way into the Kia Arena.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's all right.
Going back to what you're saying there about Italian tennis and the coaching side, but the other thing that we talk about a lot, and we talk about it with French tennis as well, is the opportunity to play and the volume of tournaments that are there. It almost seems every second week there's a challenger level event or an ITF event
every week
in that part of the world.
You could play every week in Italy, you know, through futures, challengers. Of course, the Italian Open, that's been a big part of it, you know, in the last 10, 15 years, become such a successful tournament, a real profitable tournament for the Italian Federation, which then gives them the resource to reinvest, as we're talking about, you know, lower level tournaments and supporting coaches and players. And when I refer to the Italian Open, of course, I mean the Rome ATP Masters 1000 event.
One of the most beautiful stadiums. Foro Italico, well worth a visit if you're a tennis fan.
30-15.
The ATP Tour Championships make you move into Italy as well. They used to have the next gen finals as well. They had that for a number of years. Nice bit of variety here from Arnaldi.
40-15.
They're all good friends out there on the tour. They know each other very well.
Look at Musetti there, how deep he is for that return. If he's going to return from there, he needs to get a lot more depth on his ball. Going deep again for this second serve return. Let's see what he can produce. Well, it wasn't necessarily an amazing return, more of an unforced error from Arnaldi. He actually moves backwards as well, Musetti. Starts deep, and when the toss goes up, he takes another step back. So well back in the court, which is fine, giving himself time to wind up, but he's got to really make it count, because it's hard to cover the court from that far back if you drop the ball short in the court.
Again, Arnaldi.
So on serve in the opening set, this opening round match, all Italian encounter. Arnaldi 2-1. Beautiful Yarra River on a beautiful sunny day. Let's go for a little bit of a cruise down here on the left-hand side, just behind us as we leave the centre of Melbourne. We've got the Melbourne Cricket Ground, the MCG. On the far left there, top of your screen, working our way to the copper roof of Margaret Arena. A bit further down, there's a multi-purpose venue for football, your football column, in the background, but you can cruise all the way down. It is beautiful this time of the year. The parklands, particularly on the right hand side, famous tan track where runners like to see how fast they can go, around 3.5 kilometres. You can do your conversion into miles, but it is a wonderful time of the year to be in this part of the world. And then cruise on in to Melbourne Park for some great tennis action.
Net for service.
He's had a trip to the hairdresser in the off-season, Musetti. The flowing locks have gone. Change of clothing sponsor as well. It's a fresh start for him.
That's nicely trapped. That's very well done. That's not an easy shot.
30-15.
That was brilliant from Musetti. One of just a few one-handed backhands in the top of the game, but it's given him the strength to snap that high backhand overhead away. Brilliantly done.
Back to what you're talking about here from Arnaldi, just trying to rush Musetti. He gets the opportunity, particularly on that second ball.
Yeah, he falls to 2 of 5 second serve points, one Musetti, because Arnaldi's stepping inside the court for the second serve return and hitting it hard and fast and rushing Musetti, rushing errors out of him.
14-30.
One of the real highlights for Lorenzo Musetti. We talk about the success of Italian tennis through this year. Bronze medalist at the Olympics. Win over Sasha Zverev along the way there.
And there again, it's the flat, hard hitting from Arnaldi, just right through the middle of the court, but rushing Musetti for time, not giving him the chance to wind up and flick the ball around the court as he likes to do.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
That serve. It's just a hint of a breeze out there in the Cain Arena, and it's combined with a bit of heat, 27 degrees, somewhere around there at this time. The ball's sort of jumping around, just tough to time, and that was a nice heavy kick serve, really jumping on Arnaldi.
Probably the breeziest day we've had out of the three so far. So the conditions have been pretty good on that front, but we know here with this Cain Arena being more of a sunken show court, the breeze does get up. It does swirl around, as we know, in these stadiums. Real arm wrestle that game. A good test. He comes through.
2 games all.
Yeah, that was a good hold. Kept his composure there under a little bit of pressure. Arnaldi does like to go for his shots. Very, very solid two-handed backhand. The forehand just somewhat hit and miss so far. Interesting to see how he manages that throughout the match.
Crowd still making its way in here to Cain Arena. Did well to control that.
That's what Musetti's capable of, a real shot maker. And when he's got control of a point, he's able to work his magic. Look at the revolutions on that forehand.
It does give Arnaldi an opportunity to throw in things like that, take a bit of pace off the ball, because he's got time to get forward.
It's always an effective play against one-handed backhands, I think, when you can get that serve up high and wide to the ad court and force the issue with a serve volley.
Oh, well done. That's a classy finish under pressure. And we're with the server in the early stages of this one. Arnaldi 3-2.
Arnaldi leads 3 games to 2.
No wonder he's got a smile on his face. What a point this was from Arnaldi. Good reaction initially off a brilliant return and chose to follow it in. And how about these for a couple of volleys? I mean, in full stretch, it's the athleticism but control of the racket head. Good decision there. As soon as he saw the problem that was going to cause Musetti, then he's on his bike, he's at the net. And that's a special shot.
Time.
On serve here in this opening set. A few folks around the world would know Lorenzo Musetti from the work that he did at Wimbledon last year. Going all the way through to the semi-finals. Had some good wins along the way, including the round of 16, Giovanni Pesci-Pericard, who was really sort of unknown to that stage. Now we know what he possesses. That's a particularly good win. And that win against Taylor Fritz. 6-1 in the fifth. Falling to Djokovic in straight sets, but he won plenty of fans along the way.
It was a much-needed grass court season in many ways for Musetti. He was short on wins before, well, as you say, the Wimbledon semi-final, but also the run to the final of Queens. Yeah, he was going the wrong way in the rankings, and then that really fired him back up, playing here at number 15 in the world.
He was also playing. Amazing to think we've got a player ranked 15 in the world. He finished last year at 27 actually going and playing some challenges as well,
Yeah.
Colin. I mean, you think you really don't have to do that, but he decided to go back a level to play, reach 2 finals in those challenger tournaments.
I think just looking for confidence, for wins and rhythm. You know, he's got quite an unusual record. You think about, you know, never been past the second round here, for example, and yet, you know, top 16 in the world is. Most players, you know, can adapt their games well to play on sort of all surfaces and conditions. Musetti's still, I think, just trying to find the key to quicker conditions like these. Well, I thought Arnaldi had given the point away with a pretty poor drop shot there. But he's such a good mover, he was able to recover, and
30-40.
Musetti, for the second straight service game, down a break point here.
Superb again from Arnaldi. This time he does break through.
Arnaldi leads 4 games to 2.
And similar tactics to what Arnaldi was doing in the Musetti service the other way around, where coming forward, taking the opportunity.
I like that play, I have to be honest. I thought that was intelligent from Arnaldi. His forehand is more erratic. Musetti serving in there, but he chose just to block the return, make sure it went into play, and then he produced a brilliant pass down low and wide. He's got his reward. He's been the better player these first 6 games. And he's got himself a break now.
That's nicely done. And that's the purity of that one-handed backhand. 1-4-7 serve. And all he's doing is just redirecting it. And it's beautiful to watch.
Just feels to me Musetti's a little flat as well. No real reaction to being broken, sort of. Okay, maybe he's just trying to stay calm, but I'd just like to see a little bit more spark and fire. It could sometimes be difficult playing, you know, a compatriot and friend on tour. Tough to get really fired up against them.
Be a reasonable tactic as well that Arnaldi can use if he times it correctly. Obviously that example of the drop shot, not quality, but if he forces Musetti further back in the court, does open that opportunity for him.
40-30.
Good point again by Arnaldi. Musetti again, just really taking his time. I haven't really seen any sparks from him as yet.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
Round of 16 results. And Matteo Arnaldi last year, the ATP Tour. It was an awkward overhead. Just set it up for Musetti.
Crowd reaction was brilliant. This sort of amazement at this backhand. So deep in the court with a one-hander. I mean, it's special, isn't it? To be able to do damage from there. Just needs a few more moments like that to get himself going.
That particular pattern of play from Arnaldi lasting 2, 3, 4 potential hours for this match. You mentioned just the game plan, very clear what he's trying to do here. And I think that's something that's going to be sustainable. Just keep asking the question. He'll be passed a couple of times, but at the moment it's working. Gobbled it up nicely, and that's an example of the drop shot he can throw in with Musetti back in the court. Great consolidated. Arnaldi 5-2 in the first.
To say he's worth his 5-2 lead here, Arnaldi. Conditions certainly suiting him better. And if he can keep executing at this level, or maybe even slightly higher, then it's a great chance of coming through here. The short point, 0-4 shot rallies. He's won 19, lost 12, and 5-8. He's won 7, lost 2. So he really is getting the better of the shorter, quicker points. Musetti 6-2 ahead in the rallies over 9 shots. That's where he likes to play, but those opportunities are much fewer in these sorts of conditions. Try and come out of his comfort zone, you would think.
Love 15. On.
That's an untidy error there, isn't it? It wasn't overly rushed that time, but never really looked comfortable on the forehand. He's got to be sharper. You know, first shot after the serve, he's got to be ready to, well, at least make that ball, if not do something with it. Almost looks like he's trying to conserve energy between points, you know, very emotionless. I think when you're 2-5 down, you want to try and maybe get a little bit of intensity going.
Almost as if he's feeling for the conditions, just to try and acclimatise, but plenty of time to do that.
Oh, he's just sort of hopping around here and yeah, a couple of deep breaths. You know, I think it's one thing when you're sort of 5-3 ahead or you're front running and things are under control. But when you're behind, I think it's important to, bring the energy yourself, but also send the message to your opponent that you know, you're right there, ready for the fight. See what Arnaldi can do serving for the set. Sometimes does funny things to people. Oh, such a fortunate return. Not sure how it scraped over the net, and it was a good move to follow it in as soon as he saw that it was going over.
He did well to get that back, Arnaldi, in the end. Another 30 centimetres closer to him. A different story in terms of the way the point ended up.
He reminds me of Alex de Minaur, you know, in terms of his build and the way he covers the court. He's very fast. Not as good a player as de Minaur yet, but he's in the similar sort of game style. love that play. He'd already hit double fault to that side of the court in this game, but second serve there. Strong move. Serve into the corner, follow it into the net, and really force the issue there on the return.
You can see how he's dominating there. 7 of 9 in terms of net points won.
But again, it all just takes time away from Musetti.
The umpire's chair is under siege at the moment. And it almost very close to that ball kick. If Timo Janssen wasn't awake before, he certainly is now.
Very late on that ball, Musetti. Thankfully, no one hurt.
And so the break back.
Arnaldi leads 5 games to 4.
Musetti working hard, and we're back on serve. It's Arnaldi 5-4 in the first.
Wow, that was a poor game, wasn't it, from Matteo Arnaldi? 2 double faults. Very questionable drop shot that he went for there. Missing tamely into the net. Just, he didn't really back himself in the big moment. And having dominated this first set, all of a sudden finds himself back on serve. He's still just a game away from winning it, though. And a chance to put pressure on Musetti.
Well, look, going the other way, we were having a little cruise down the Yarra. That is Amy Park, rectangular stadium. Host of the Women's World Cup, actually, which was here recently. That oval there is connected to one of the Aussie rules clubs, one of the biggest ones in the land. The Collingwood Football Club have their training base there. And that's the oval, and it's directly across the road from where we are at Melbourne Park. This is the Olympic Park precinct. Melbourne hosting the games in 1956.
Enough. Put it up.
Well, a pretty easy hold in the end for the 16th seed.
5 games on.
2 poor games from Arnaldi. from 5-3. Needs to steady himself here. Musetti hasn't had to do an awful lot to get back into this opening set. Maybe that's why Lorenzo's been so calm. Maybe he just sort of knew this was coming. He played 3 times, Musetti's won 3 times. Obviously know each other well. This will be a test now, mentally, for Arnaldi.
Let the serve. Number 15.
Well, he went a long way back behind the baseline there into the shadows and still looked a little rushed for time. Ball is really jumping around at this time of day.
To restore some of that confidence from Arnaldi here. Big first serve. A few more back into play because he just lost a little bit of his rhythm in his previous service game, through in a couple of double faults.
Continues to offer up a host of unforced errors here. That's now 18 for the set, and since serving for it 5-3, it's been a worrying drop-off for Arnaldi. What a chance this is for Lorenzo Musetti. Well, he had it on his racket. He's capable of that type of pass. Just couldn't quite find it.
Yeah, it's untidy at best at the moment for Arnaldi. Such a good rhythm to start off the match. Now just struggling to string points together.
Goodness. Almost feels to me like the sort of uncomfortable playing against each other. You know, maybe both being from Italy, knowing each other well. Sometimes it's easier to get sort of really fired up against someone that you don't know. Neither of them producing their best as yet.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
Players can request to see it. Sometimes it comes up if it's really close like that one.
Well, as far as drop volleys go, it wasn't the best. Just a lot of tension out there on the court, isn't there? A Grand Slam, big opportunity for both.
Net official.
Could be really big for whoever can win this opening set, you know, just help them to really relax and start to move through the gears.
Advantage, Musetti.
I need a second go. I'll certainly take it in the current situation.
Yeah, up close and personal here. Musetti with a great reaction. And the ball just sitting up for Arnaldi to finish.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
Well, the longer this game goes on, you feel the more important it becomes. It's been a real struggle. Approaching 8 minutes. And the first set momentum potentially on the line here. Very nervy looking miss. You know, this is Grand Slam tennis. It's first round match, often a difficult match to play because you're never quite sure where your game is until you get out there. Of course, you want to at least get through the first round. They're playing each other, they know each other well. It's an awkward situation. It's leading to some tense tennis.
The other thing is, I know they played in bigger venues, but It's a stadium court here as well. Well, he's a bit out of sorts here, is Matteo Arnaldi. Musetti will serve for the opening set next at 6-5.
Just a little shake of the head, but he must be so angry, frustrated with the way this has gone from 5-3 serving. Wouldn't say he was unbelievable by any means, but he was definitely the better player for the first 8 games, playing a nice brand of hardcourt tennis, rushing Musetti. But since then, Musetti's just had to really sort of hang around, put a few balls in play, and it's been enough to get this opportunity to serve out the opening set here.
Yes, untidy at best would be how I'd describe those last couple of games. Just that ability to string points together.
Time.
As we'd expect, plenty of Italian supports in the crowds. As other matches finish around the grounds, the fans look for somewhere else to go. Going to start filling up big time here on Kia Arena.
Love 15.
So Musetti's turn to try and serve out this set. He's fallen behind in the count here.
And in the current situation, he will absolutely take that.
Any point will do. Doesn't necessarily, give him much more rhythm or confidence, but it gives him a real opportunity to try and get this break back.
See the turnaround there all the time in the world for Musetti. Arnaldi forced back in the court. Then when you think someone else is going to take the advantage and run with it, it swings around the other way.
My goodness, it's an equally poor attempt at serving out the set from Lorenzo Musetti, and
6 games over.
well, you might argue it's somewhat fitting that we are now into a breaker. It's been a set that has been filled with tension more than quality to this point. Let's see who's going to step up and win it now.
Almost the one who makes the fewer errors as opposed to winners at this stage.
Arnaldi.
We've seen it throughout the set. Musetti a lot more comfortable when he has some time on the ball. Rings true for most players, but particularly the 16th seed.
Arnaldi.
The crowd really just trying to come to life as well. It's been a set dominated by the unforced error as opposed to the winner.
A real chance.
3-2 Arnaldi.
Just gave it a little bit too much height. Arnaldi has continued to keep approaching to that backhand wing. For the most part, it's been successful, particularly early in the set.
Up there in terms of one of the longer rallies that we've seen in this opening set.
It's very hard to predict which way this is going to go or how it might be decided. It has been such a hit and miss set.
There's absolutely been no momentum. We were sort of cruising along for a little bit. Arnaldi notionally had it, then had a couple of poor games and hasn't really picked up as yet.
Can't help but think they're struggling a little to really get fired up, playing each other. Can be the case. Playing a compatriot, someone you come through the ranks with. Musetti with his nose in front here.
spread the court really well. He'll do that with Arnaldi, I should say, Musetti so far back in the court.
4-all.
He tracked it down from all corners of the court, said Lorenzo Musetti.
He was using the full area of the Cain Arena. Well, look where he came from there. Arnaldi, he's tried the drop shot a few times unsuccessfully. But it was a brilliant sprint there from Musetti. And he's got the opening set on his racket once more here.
Musetti.
We've seen the players just tighten up a little bit.
I'm intrigued to see where this match goes now. Yeah, after that first set, you would think the air will just feel a little lighter for both players. Arnaldi really cracking the ball there, the first point of this set. You'd expect Musetti to grow in confidence now he's won the opener.
But having said that, the pattern of the match in that opening set, the player would get just a tiny little bit of momentum and then all of a sudden it flips the other way. It's more just that loss of rhythm than anything else. It leads to a whole host of unforced errors. There might have been a bit of frustration coming out in a couple of those forehands.
Well, he's shaking off the tension. Big hits. Real increase in intensity there from Arnaldi, and he's got a break to start the second set. I think for Arnaldi, just the game he played serving at 5-3 that opening set, it was poor. It was, you know, two double faults, a bad drop shot on the break point into the net. I think it really sort of shook him. He never really recovered in the set, but that was a good game from him there. No surprise to see Musetti's win prediction slightly increased. What was he, 61% to start the match? He's up to 66 now. I wouldn't like to say with any great certainty which way I think this one's going to go. It's feels like anything's possible after that opening set.
15 all.
Just going back to your point you were talking about these two and maybe a bit of hesitancy in terms of playing one another. And one of the things that we talk about in terms of strength of tennis from various countries has been that ability to have a squad of players who are around the same sort of ranking. We're seeing it with American men's and women's tennis at the moment. The fact that we've got 7 of these players in the top 100 from Italy, 7 of the 10, 23 and under. And that forms a formidable squad. So you can travel together, you're good mates, you've got hitting partners whenever you need.
And push each other on as well.
Yeah.
You know, sort of that friendly competition as well. I think of the Americans. Fritz, Paul, Tiafoe and Opelka, who all came through together. Great friends on tour, but sort of probably all wanting to be the top American player.
Alex, and then you've got the ones behind. So you got Alex Mickelson, then Tien, who are coming through.
There's a whole host, isn't there? Ben Shelton, Sebastian Korda.
Ben Nakashima.
But those 4 in particular, yeah, Brandon Nakashima.
Brandon Nakashima, sorry. Yep.
Those 4 in particular are, you know, very close friends and really sort of pushing each other. I think it definitely helps to have a cohort. Break point here for Musetti. And that is well watched. That's much more like it from Arnaldi. Flush that drive volley.
So the break consolidated. Important, just a settler here for Arnaldi. Just taking plenty of time, just making Musetti wait. Still about another half hour, maybe a little bit less for that shadow to come completely across the court.
Yeah, it's an awkward time of day with that shadow, just past 5:30 p.m. local time, and it just makes tracking the ball a little difficult as it comes in and out of that shadow through the middle of the court. As you say, just well, a few more games, half a set, maybe it'll be gone.
40-15.
That's clever. I've seen that he's been trying to work in the drop shot. This was a sign of intent. Knew exactly what he wanted to do in the situation.
40-30.
Yeah, much better execution here. Ball angled away as well, just made it that bit harder for Musetti to get there.
New balls, please. Ball change. Arnaldi leads 2 games to 1.
So Arnaldi with the break of serve early on in set number 2. 2 games to 1. Well, the Italian fans out in force. Beautiful time of the afternoon, just getting around to about 5:30 here in Melbourne. Chance to get out and relax.
It's got to be warm in those suits.
Want me to pick you one up? I can get one for you. They've been busy, those Italian fans. Jasmine Paolini playing tonight on Margaret Court Arena. Oh, look, plenty of Italians around. Lorenzo Sonego in action against Stan Wawrinka on court 6. Fans coming out to support their players. Here's the Melbourne Park precinct down towards the southeast and suburbs of Melbourne. A beautiful afternoon. Where else would you want to be, Colin? I'll answer that. Nowhere.
It's true.
So Matteo Arnaldi with the break of serve early on in set number 2.
Well, it was a good leave in the end, but I think it was a lot closer than he expected. The ball was mishit from Musetti. He had plenty of topspin on it. Now that he's got the break advantage, Arnaldi, a matter of just maintaining his rhythm. Because when he has a dip, it's quite stark, and then it just tends to drop away for a period of time before coming back. Yeah, this is the sort of tennis he was producing the first 8 games of the first set. Saw him take a 5-3 lead.
40-15.
You know, hitting with good pace through the court, coming forwards, really rushing Musetti for time. And when he does this, you think, well, he's the better player in these quicker hard court conditions. It's just a case after that first set whether he can sort of keep it together. Really fell away, didn't he, at the end? It's a good hold of serve, keeping his break advantage. Just feels to me there's an opportunity for Matteo Arnaldi, although he's the unseeded player, to really grab this match and assert his authority with his game style on it.
And particularly as Musetti's not really all that fired up at the moment. I mean, he had that moment right on set point to be able to just grab the contest.
Yeah, he's sort of just cruising around, isn't he? He's making balls, some nice points here or there. A good number of errors. It's a 25th unforced error from Musetti.
Oh, it's a lovely touch.
Yeah, it's a lovely point. Again, Arnaldi coming unstuck with a drop shot. Well, look at the feel there from Musetti. That's brilliant.
About 30-15.
Oh. Well, Arnaldi got himself actually into a pretty good position there as that ball went up, just to make it a little awkward for Musetti.
I think he was just a bit casual. Wasn't in the right position for the overhead and mistimed it as a result. Such good play from Arnaldi. If he can repeat that sort of point with consistency, you know, he can win this match.
Advantage, Arnaldi. Deuce.
Stepped in, tried to take it early. He's not as comfortable doing that on his forehand, though. It's a smart second serve from Musetti. You just wonder on the break point, did he need to take such a big swing at the return? All the pressure was on Musetti there.
Advantage, Musetti.
Important for Musetti just to keep pace with Arnaldi in this second set.
Arnaldi leads 3 games to 2.
It's 3 games to 2 in set number 2.
Time. Love 15.
He's maintaining that sort of calm demeanour, if you like. Lorenzo Musetti. Just trying to keep the emotions in check. Served him well at the end of the first set. Mentioned that Musetti had made a number of unforced errors. That's 32 now for Arnaldi. It's another strange miss. But that's a beauty of a forehand there, puts things to rights.
14-30.
Musetti was expecting this ball to come cross court, but Arnaldi with 2 in a row down the line. Got a nice loose hand on that forehand, builds up a bit of sort of lag with the racket head, then whips it through.
That one at 150, trying to get it out to that backhand of Musetti a couple of times, just being able to just redirect up the line.
It's a brilliant return from up at shoulder height, isn't it? Sort of jab, a little sawn-off finish right on the baseline.
And again, no backswing, block, back with the flight of the ball.
Two of the most sweetly timed one-handed returns you'll see. So easy in the eye when he gets it right, his tennis.
Well, from looking like he was trying to take some control of this set, he's broken, Arnaldi.
He just... I honestly can't believe that miss from Matteo Arnaldi. You know, you break point down. It's such a risky shot to go for. He's just donated the break of serve back to Lorenzo Musetti there. And that ball has to go in the court. You know, it's got to go back cross court. It's percentage play.
Not 15.
But the problem's been the player who does see some sort of momentum isn't able to go on with it. That's been the issue here in this match. It wasn't clean, but the intent was right.
Not 15.
Right move as he's done before. Sees the ball going out wide, knows it's going to be put up.
That's a well-worked point.
Not 14.
A turbulent period in this second set. Chance for Arnaldi to break once more.
15-14.
Able to fight back here, Musetti. To his confidence, the world of good.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you love 40 in a game like this, in a strange way, it's an opportunity. Because if he can come through and hold here, it could really put a dent in Arnaldi's mindset. It's a third break point here, though. And a look at a second serve.
Oh dear. Well, he sent that ball over the roof. He'll get a warning for that. But you can understand the frustration.
Arnaldi leads by 4 games to 3.
That's 4-3. Arnaldi in the second sets.
Ball abuse warning, Mr. Musetti.
I can understand though the way this match has been going. Just trying to really loosen the shackles. Both players really. Trying to find a way through, trying to find some rhythm. Really, both players have struggled with it throughout the match. Let's see whether there's another twist and turn, because again, this situation, you think Arnaldi up a break, could probably go away with it, at least consolidate from there. But the theme of the match really has been that the player's been able to break straight back. The pressure's been on. It's been more about the unforced error rather than the winner. As we saw with the set point in the previous set, they get those little sparks, and it's a matter of these players trying to find them. So Matteo Arnaldi back with the break advantage. The challenge has been hanging on to it. Oh dear, and this is similar to what we saw in the opening set. Arnaldi with the break advantage, and then just lost the rhythm on his serve. Pattern continues.
Well, that's the play. That's been the blueprint for the good tennis that Arnaldi has played. Getting up the court, approaching to the backhand.
Could be about to pay for those double faults to start off this game. A wild forehand there.
Advantage, Musetti.
Really tried to go big, but just not sure it was the moment. You know, when you're the server in this situation, you want to sort of knuckle down and make good decisions.
That's nicely done, though.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
It'll be huge for Arnaldi if he's able to just hold serve here. That's extraordinary from Musetti.
Well, it's a shot that puts smiles on faces. Incredible. It was one of Arnaldi's better drop shots. But look at the hand here from Musetti, whipping that racket head around the ball. It's an incredible shot. And a ball that's that close to the ground, to hit it that fast and still get it over the net and down inside the court. It's just incredible.
Always going to be awkward once that ball had bounced.
Yeah, he made a real mess of that.
Advantage, Musetti.
Still should be putting that shot in the court at the very least.
Because it was a little bit lower as well, he could have just taken a few more steps back and hit the forehand.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
The scrappy nature of the match continues. Musetti spoke about it pre-tournament. These two have known each other for a long time. He said they used to spend training days and their free time together. Recognizing that it won't be an easy match, but it certainly played out that way, hasn't it? Both just struggling a little to really get the sort of competitive juices going, playing against their friends and compatriot.
Again, Wendy. We know that Musetti is quick around the court, but I'll roll back and just play with a little bit more margin here, just again to build that rhythm. There you go. There you go. Third one in the game.
Goodness me, this is well, it's incredible. Musetti was jumping around a little, trying to pressurize the serve, but that wasn't even close. Alessandro Petroni there in the green cap, Arnaldi's coach. I mean, almost at this stage, I think tactics, you know, they're relevant, but more so it's about trying to find a mental state where you sort of get out of your own way and you're able to play tennis rather than sort of think about the match and the awkwardness of playing each other. Back on serve here in the second.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Behind the players.
The crowd's coming in. This is going to be a fascinating little period of the match, I think, in terms of which way it's going. No real trend line, other than a player getting up in the set and then dropping their bundle.
Love 15.
He's getting a read on the drop shot, and that's going to be problematic for Arnaldi.
Yeah, I'm surprised Arnaldi continues to use the drop shot. With such regularity, you know, Musetti has better hands than him, more feel. He's quick. You would think that, you know, having sort of come through the ranks playing together, that he would kind of know that and look to avoid that situation. He's better served sort of hitting through the court, coming forwards himself.
Out. 30-15. 30 all.
There we go. There's something. Been few and far between just from either player really getting fired up at things. Ball just really shooting through the court.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
This is familiar territory.
We've already had 4 breaks in this set. Yeah, that's a good serve though. Big serve down the tee. Into our 3rd hour here and still some way off deciding this 2nd set. Longest match of the tournament so far, Pete, just over 4 hours I think. This were to go to 5 sets, we might be getting close to that.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
6 matches so far have gone 4 hours or more. Diallo and Arnaldi. Arnaldi with the first set against Diallo, and then that went the distance. 4 hours and 9 minutes in the end. Well, gives it away. Gives it away. Been untidy. Arnaldi now with a chance to close out set number 2. It's 5-4.
Well, both of those breaks gifted away with huge double faults. You know, it's not the first time we've seen sort of 2 friends find it a bit awkward, but this is quite an extreme example. These guys well below their best here, seemingly struggling to sort of really get competitive against one another. And Arnaldi with an opportunity to level a set all, but remember he did serve for the first set 5-3, made a real hash of it. A couple of double faults in that game, a poor drop shot. See if he can make a better job of it this time round.
Well, the shadows made its way across the court. We get into evening number 3 here at Kia Arena. Let's see whether it fires him up a bit.
Number 15.
Arnaldi had it on his racket in the opening set. He did struggle to finish it off, threw in a bunch of double faults.
Number 30.
Just guilty of waiting for that ball. It's another poor error. Another bad start to trying to serve out a set.
Well,
it's almost getting ridiculous, isn't it? These guys are struggling to play. These are two top 40 players in the world. Sort of completely frozen with this dynamic of having to play one another.
15-14.
Okay, a couple of big first serves. 2 of the 3 break points saved. Make it a hat-trick. First serve really bailing him out.
Well, we're staggered there in this set. Arnaldi with a set point, level up this match. And he closes it out. Let's see if it gives him some confidence. We're at 1 set all in this opening round match. Not a bad way to start off this third set. And that one looking like two friends are having a little knock around on the court.
Yeah, having a bit of fun, weren't they? Arnaldi didn't need to play through the legs here. chose to. Wasn't a bad lob either.
.30-15. .40-15. Musetti.
Just not quite in position for that.
First game, third set.
I just found that he was reaching for the ball. There's Arnaldi on that occasion. Well, win predictor time. Let's see if the needle has shifted a little bit towards Arnaldi.
Well, I think we might be back where we started, which was 61% Musetti. That's my prediction. Not far off.
Close enough.
I might go 51-49 Arnaldi. You know, I think you could make a strong case to say he should be 2 sets to love up here. Serve for the first at 5-3, was the better player. But just the fact that he isn't, of course, you know, he struggled to put that first set away. This match really is hanging in the balance. It's anyone's.
Still think though that the game plan from Arnaldi, because we just saw it there, and just to highlight your point about maybe favouring him, if he continues to play and execute this more often than not, this play, that will win out over everything else that's going on.
Yeah, he's got the game in these conditions, a quicker hard court, to win this match. You know, this is a sport of matchups. Played 3 times all on clay. Musetti's won those, but this is very different. Quicker hard court conditions. He's much more comfortable doing what he did there, holding the baseline, hitting flatter through the court, coming forwards. Musetti wants to be deep, he wants time, he wants to use spin and trajectory on the ball, but that's much easier to do on clay, where he has time. Good chunks of this match, though, where tactics have almost gone out the window, and it's just been about sort of who can keep it together, who can cut out the errors and just sort of put the ball in play and put their friendship aside.
.40-15.
Well, that's sweet.
40-30.
Success unleashing up the line.
Game. Arnaldi, new ball please, ball change. 1 game on.
Conditions will be starting to just deaden slightly. When we started this match, it was pretty warm, 27, 28 degrees maybe. And court was bathed in bright sunshine. Now that shadow has moved across, temperature starting to dip, so should become easier to control the ball.
Time for a refill.
Thank you.
2 hours and 19 minutes on court. The start of the third set.
New balls in play here. Looking like a comfortable hold for Musetti.
Game Musetti.
It ends up that way. On serve here in the third set. 1 set all, it's 2-1. Well, the precinct looking magnificent here at Melbourne Park. That is Grand Slam Oval. The shade sails in the middle of your screen. Kia Arena to your right, looking at Rod Laver Arena as we work our way back across the centrepiece building, just next to Kia Arena, between that and Rod Laver Arena, where the world's media are. It's a massive precinct now. It's just grown over the years. So on serve here in the third set. Intriguing battle between these good friends.
Love 15.
Yeah, it has been intriguing. Largely for that dynamic. You know, these two have come through the sort of junior ranks, known each other for a long time, practicing together, spending time together off court, and for the vast majority of this match I think they've just struggled with that dynamic, having to compete against one another in a Grand Slam.
Love
The
13.
first 2 points of this game are evidence of that, really. Poor errors really from Matteo Arnaldi. He looked good for the first 8 games. He served for the first set 5-3. And has struggled a little since then. It's in danger of gifting his serve to Musetti here.
Love 14.
It has been this match in a nutshell. You know, the 3 points just handed away. He puts himself in a real hole at love 40.
Net for serve. Net for serve.
All of a sudden it just clicks back in again.
Well, the 10th game of the second set, when he served it out, remember, down love 40, and then all of a sudden produced 5 really strong points. Hasn't really been able to continue that momentum into this set, though.
30-40.
He's looking for something similar here, though.
Just over half of his first serves going into play. He's struggling on his percentages, though. 44% second serve points, 165 on the first ball.
Net for serve.
Pointing at the line, that's where he needed to go.
Well, he almost second-guessed himself there. It was the obvious choice, and I think the reason he went cross-court was because he was expecting Arnaldi to be covering the line. Of course, these two know each other well, so Arnaldi had predicted that. Yeah, down the line, that would have done it, Lorenzo. But having done so well to recover from love 40, it's just another very careless unforced error. And a fourth break point of the game now.
There it is. So the turnaround here. I don't really want to say it's a full turnaround with the way this match has been flowing, or not, as the case might be.
Well, we've had 10 breaks in total, so I don't think we'll be saying the set is over just yet.
Nope.
But it's advantage Musetti.
just still waiting. The spectators are coming in to Cain Arena. So that's why the players just hesitating a little bit before getting back underway.
Well, a clean winner off the first serve, but still not happy.
He's trying to get something going here. Lorenzo Musetti. Well, the power of anticipation is someone that you've played a lot.
Almost one step ahead. There was a brilliant backhand overhead, the second of the match actually, from Musetti in that point. And he has a strength of his.
Rolling along now is Lorenzo Musetti. Got a handy advantage. It's 4-1 in the third. And a little bit of fire there as well, which is good to see. It's a matter of whether he can just take this momentum that he's got and be able to run with it.
Yeah, he really has got some momentum now. Just trying to stay sort of composed throughout.
Time.
Good crowd here for night number 3 at AO 2025. Still another match to come on Cain Arena this evening. Katie Bolter, the 22nd seed, taking on Rebecca Marino, Canada, round out the program. But work to be done here for Matteo Arnaldi.
Lot 15.
That's what he's capable of. Stepping in, ripping the two-hander. Winners haven't necessarily been the problem for Arnaldi. 28 of those, but 55 unforced errors. That has been the issue. That's another one there, just blazed out the back of the court. He's just trying to find the right sort of balance and margin in his game, the shot selections.
Well, to get to that, actually, Musetti.
40-30.
That's the full stretch, but in control. Arnaldi on this occasion. This time just got under it, but couldn't control it.
Yeah, he's produced a few audacious moments in this match, hasn't he? Lorenzo Musetti, and more so than on the set point in the first set, but he couldn't quite find the forehand there.
Lot 15. On.
The average rally length for this evening, 3.75. There haven't been too many long rallies, comparatively speaking, over the course of the 3 sets so far.
15.
He just looks like he's settled into this third set, more so than the first two.
That's nicely picked up by Arnaldi. And now he wants some crowd support.
That's just what he needs.
30 all.
A point like this just to ignite him. I thought he'd given the game away with a drop shot, but incredible movement. And able to outlast Musetti there.
Now he's fired up as well.
30-40.
Fired up to get this break back immediately.
It's exactly what he's needed. Just let the tension out. And these guys, for anyone just tuning in, been good friends all the way through junior tennis. They've really struggled to compete against one another in a Grand Slam here. Just seeing them now really start to raise it.
And there it is. Some fire from Matteo Arnaldi. Frustration from Musetti. It's been that sort of match. We're back on serve. It's 4-3 in the third. At least a little bit of fire out there. Just that little bit of spark.
Yeah, for me that can only be a good thing. Just letting out some emotion and tension, and just getting closer to that sort of state of mind that allows you to perform at or at least close to your best.
Time.
So back on serve. You're in set number 3, 2 hours and 40 minutes on the clock. I was always going to gobble that one up.
Not 15.
So gifted with a tennis racket in his hand. Look at the way Musetti dispatches this forehand. Flicks the racket head through.
Love 13.
11th for the match.
I've lost count of how many times we've seen this. It's sort of break a serve and then the server starting the very next game poorly.
30 all. Musetti is requesting the replay of the left baseline.
Have a look at it again.
Yeah, I think he's frustrated because he has had the better of the longer points this evening. 79 in points over 9 shots. One got away from him.
Crucial moment of the match right here.
Just worked him into a part of the court where he was uncomfortable there.
30, 40.
I think Arnaldi really knew what to do. Just got enough of the overhead.
And a couple of times. He hasn't quite been in position for the overhead.
But it's the right play, isn't it? Moving forward. Taking the game to Musetti.
Advantage, Arnaldi.
Trying to push Matteo on. Knows that the speed of Musetti around the court. That's why he's pushing so close to the line. Real margin for error if he does that.
Advantage Arnaldi.
It's a pretty wild swing there. That deep return position. I like the wide second serve. Sort of forced his hand, had to come up with something big, otherwise he would have been in trouble.
Good hustle and that closing speed that Musetti has.
There's another point where Matteo Arnaldi was well on top of it though, and he sort of just unravels. Again, he tried the drop shot. Sometimes in those moments his decision making has been lacking. You can understand him sort of wanting to weave the drop shot and a bit of variety into his game. I mean, I'm sure all these Italian players, not just Italians, but particularly Italian players, have to be looking to Jannik Sinner and the way he's been able to develop and evolve his game, add the drop shot to his arsenal, get more comfortable coming forward.
Use.
Well, the thing's going to be, though, as we mentioned, 7 of the 10 players, Italians in the top 100, are 23 and under. So they all know each other, good friends. They're going to have to get used to this.
Yeah.
They're going to be at the top, you know, inside the top 100. They're going to be playing each other more often than not. And they will get these sort of draws. So that's something they're going to have to work out.
Got him.
He's not happy about something. He's having a running dialogue with the chair umpire.
Advantage, Arnaldi, ladies and gentlemen. Please try to remain quiet between the first and second serve. Thank you.
Okay, feels like the crowd just a little noisy between serves. Nice soft hands there on both the drop shot and the lob.
Again, Arnaldi.
Eventually gets himself out of the game, Matteo Arnaldi. Having been 4-2 down in this third set, he's leveled things up. Just looks like he's stretching the calf out there. We're approaching 3 hours of play. I wouldn't say it's been the most physical of matches, but there's been a fair amount of tension which can sort of take a physical toll in itself.
The rally length is getting slightly longer, 3.88 now. Opening 2 sets was a little bit shorter.
Try to take a seat quickly, please. Thank you.
Crowd still coming in as matches finish around the grounds, around the courts. Trying to find a good vantage point, settle in for the evening.
Love 15.
Just go back to your point, Peter, about this all-Italian clash. It's the 24th all-Italian men's singles match in the Grand Slams in the Open era. Feels like we might get 24 more in the next 5 years, maybe
easily.
even sooner.
Comfortably.
9 Italians in the main draw, but of course a number of them sort of capable of winning multiple rounds. One thing that's made this harder for these two good friends to play each other is the fact that it's a first round. It's one thing if you sort of both had good weeks and you're playing in a quarter, a semi-final, but first round's kind of awkward. You don't even want to see your friend losing at the first hurdle, but it's just the reality of the sport. You know, you're at the power of the draw. this is what's been dealt to them, and I'm just going to try and find a way to make sure you're the one that comes away with the win.
Almost feels too like there's a little bit of pacing going on with the players too, knowing that it is best of 5 sets as opposed to best of 3. Just in terms of, you know, being demonstrative on court and fired up.
Well, here we go, another couple of break points.
15-14.
Even the teams, I think, have found it slightly awkward. They want to get demonstrative towards their player, but at the same time don't want to be disrespectful in any way to the other. There's not many players would play a point like that, a break point down, but Lorenzo Musetti is so comfortable with the ball in play. What a point he's constructed here. Crafty little short slice. Wasn't afraid of Arnaldi coming in and just picked him off.
Advantage Musetti.
Well, he holds, keeps himself in front. Musetti 5-4 here in the third.
Another couple of drop shots that were less than effective there for Arnaldi.
Interesting to see. He's tried a couple of variations on the drop shot. One where he gives it a bit more flight just to drop it over the net. Better success when he just cuts into the ball, just gets over.
I just don't. I like that he's trying to add it to his game. I just don't see it as a sort of repeatable tactic here against Musetti, because Musetti has really good hands and moves well and is comfortable with the net. I like Arnaldi sort of hitting big, rushing him more often. He's had success when he's then followed that into the net to finish himself.
Perfect night for a cruise down the Yarra. Coming to Melbourne. Good opportunity just to get out and experience what it's like right in the middle there. Nice little floating restaurants as well, and little bars and stuff as you move further down from that shot right there. Perfect night for it as well.
Perfect night for a game of tennis.
Absolutely.
Oh, beautiful. This two-handed backhand really is very, very solid. The way he gets down with this ball, moves through it.
And a lovely return.
30-15.
Talking all the way through about a spark, something to fire up the players out there, just to push them forward, grab some momentum.
There's that drop shot again. He's using it almost more at this stage. Just don't see it as a sort of winning strategy for him. Not in this matchup.
Certainly upping the pace.
40-30.
So around we go. 5 games all.
5 games all.
Team Arnaldi. Sandro Petrone was on the outside there, the furthest from our camera position.
Yeah, long-term coach of Arnaldi.
About that drop shot, but the other thing that's dried up too is Arnaldi making that move forward to the net. We saw in the opening couple of sets that he was really keen just to get forward. Plenty of occasions, put the pressure on. It's just come off a little bit here in this third set.
And that was interesting, wasn't it? Musetti just looked to be in a bit of pain there. Keep an eye on that. Not sure whether it might be a hint of cramps. We're into our 4th hour here. Definitely sort of winced, didn't he, after finishing that overhead on the opening point of this game.
More than that, it's going to hamper him. You probably think he has to go against what he would normally do, and that's try and keep the point short.
Yeah, he tends to prefer longer points, doesn't he, in working the ball. Seems to be okay for now, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Bit of a statement there from Lorenzo Musetti. Keeping himself in front. We're on serve at 6-5 in the 3rd.
6 games to 5.
Just stretching a little bit, the coach of Lorenzo Musetti. So the fans are sticking around as well, but the coaches, they have to be there, whether it's an hour or 5 hours out on court.
Yeah, and also in the box there, the second row was Eduardo Arnaldi, the man that was Novak Djokovic's agent for best part of 13 years. There's Eduardo, just on his phone at the moment. Very sharp. He's now representing Musetti.
There have been plenty of twists and turns in this opening round match. Let's see if Arnaldi can force it to a 3rd set tiebreak.
Left, second serve.
It's a 12th double fault. And he does have a slightly unusual serve in terms of the racket work. He tends in that trophy position to really sort of close the racket face. There's quite a lot going on. He can generate a lot of power, as we saw there, but it's been a bit erratic this evening.
It's just nowhere near good enough. He's going to play that.
That's such a dynamic point. Both men throwing each other around the court, but yeah, this volley really gave the game away. It's neither here nor there in terms of a drop volley or punch through the court.
(15-13).
Those sort of misses are just hard to accept. You know, a second serve, 15-30, a game of this magnitude, and just can't believe you've missed it and let your opponent off the hook.
14-13.
Particularly when he can just turn it on again like that.
Must have been right on the outside edge, that serve. Yeah, that is just about perfect.
Game, Arnaldi.
So off to the tie break we go.
Six games on.
How about that for a couple of serves to get through a big game, right on the outside edge, both times.
Musetti.
I'm not going to be cruel, Colin, and ask you who you're favouring in this. I don't know if we'd be able to get an answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict. It's been a very sort of turbulent match. The first set tiebreak is anything to go by, though. It was Musetti who sort of just was able to play with a bit more composure. You know, he's the higher ranked of the two players, 15 in the world. He's got a bit more big match experience, Wimbledon semi-finalist last year. Interesting to see if he can make this tiebreak his.
Talk about little quirks. He wants all the tennis balls at the back of the court.
Arnaldi.
like what we've seen from Arnaldi. Plenty of confidence on that Musetti overhead.
He's actually a very accomplished player at the net.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Musetti. He doesn't necessarily get there all that often because he prefers to be that bit further behind the baseline, but really good hands and knowledge of where to be, where to position himself.
Musetti.
Move your feet, I think that means. On your toes, ready for anything. This has been a high-quality tie-break so far.
3-all.
So these men rising to the challenge.
A little bit of similarity to the opening set tie-break in that regard, for Musetti got away. Again, there have been very few momentum shifts. And when there have been, when a player has taken it, the story of the match has been that they've given it away just as quickly. Hence the tight scoreline, hence 3 hours and 15 minutes on the clock. And now it's going up a gear.
Musetti.
Real quality there. It looks as if Musetti might well be able to make this tiebreak his. Starting to show his class here.
Musetti.
And taking control of this tiebreak as he did in set number 1.
6-3 Musetti.
Rushing to the line here, Arnaldi. Not want to think about taking his time. This tiebreak isn't over yet. Again, it just looks like Musetti, the more composed of the two.
6-4 Musetti.
Definite increase in quality at the start of this tiebreak, carrying on.
Late first.
Takes a little bit of confidence for Arnaldi. Well, he's not going anywhere.
6-5, Musetti.
Well, these guys know each other very well. Trained together, grown up playing the sport together. Both be thinking, where is this serve going? Do I second guess or do I go with my favourite?
Huge for the 16th seed.
Musetti.
An arm wrestle against his friends. And he's got a 2-1 lead. Lorenzo Musetti the third, 7-6. Let's see what Matteo Arnaldi can do.
15 love.
Well, neither of these players have played a match over 4 hours in their careers, so very likely to venture into uncharted territory. Arnaldi's longest match of his career, 3 hours 55 in his 2023 second round US Open win over Artur Fils. It's 3 hours 55 for 5 sets. We might go past that in 4 sets here, probably will. Musetti has twice played 3-hour 47-minute matches. Wimbledon second round last year, the win over Darderi, his fellow Italian. And at the US Open, his second round win over Kecmanovic. Again, both 5-setters. If we go 5 here, goodness knows where we'll end up. Could be over 5 hours.
It'll certainly be the longest match of the tournament so far.
Net second serve. Net second serve. Again,
the other thing too is that the relative inexperience, obviously being younger players, of playing 2-5 sets. So in terms of matches that go the distance, 11 for Musetti. For Arnaldi, if he's able to get through this 4th set and force it to a 5th, it'll be his 3rd in his career.
It's got to be about time for the win predictor, hasn't it, Pete?
Yep. There we go. 79% for Musetti.
Well, he started the match at 61. 79. Probably a little high for me.
Not with the way this match has been trending. I don't think he can keep that percentage.
He's definitely favourite, isn't he? You know, the high-ranked player, 2 sets to 1 up. But it's not out with the realms of possibility for Arnaldi to win this 4th set, and then it's anyone's match, isn't it?
30 love.
It's just the most picture-perfect one-hander when he times it like this. Look at the way he uses the hand and the wrist just to work the racket head around the outside of the ball. It's not your average one-handed backhand there.
Net person.
Well, he's got to be looking for that.
40,
Surely,
15.
the way Arnaldi's been going with the drop shot pretty regularly through the match.
Net person.
Bang. Stand and deliver.
That is a home run. He was waiting on the wide serve here, and he just sent a rocket back across court.
Got the edge of the line.
He's so much more comfortable attacking the second serve with his backhand when he's in, taking it early like that. We saw the set point in the third set where Musetti went to the forehand, got the error. I just think Musetti needs to go to the forehand more often.
Advantage Arnaldi.
Break points 6 of 13 for Arnaldi. Incidentally, Musetti's been 5 of 19.
I think he was cramping there, Lorenzo Musetti. He's feeling the left quad, giving it a stretch. I think when he landed after the serve, he moved very gingerly to the backhand and somehow came away with the point. We did see him sort of wincing earlier. Just watch him here. Yeah, the left quad is gone there. And Arnaldi, what an error to make. He flashes another return winner. Mentioned it, didn't we? This is sort of now a duration of match that these players are just not that used to. 3.5 hours on the clock. Musetti definitely started to cramp here.
He's gone wide there, so it's 2-love.
Arnaldi leads 2 games to
That suggests that a supply of pickle juice make its way to Cain Arena pretty quickly.
But this is interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, it's almost a byproduct of the way he likes to play the sport as well. You know, deep in the core, running a lot and sort of constructing points, and that takes a little bit more of a physical toll.
Key thing, he hasn't called for the physio though. Obviously a little tricky with cramps, but even just someone to come out and say, right, here's the pickle juice, off you go, see if that works. Arnaldi obviously knows what's going on. Well, just waiting for the crowd who come in the even-numbered games. The option, of course, is just to hit out, go hard or go home kind of stuff.
Love 13.
And just upping the pace, particularly on the return here for Musetti. Oh, he's all over the court. No problem with the movement in that point.
Yeah, he had to cover a fair bit of distance. 2 drop shots from Arnaldi.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Eventually able to prevail.
Good as it was, please try to reduce the volume a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, Arnaldi is not happy with this sort of the noise, the chatter around this arena. I have to say though, you want a bit of atmosphere, don't you?
Yep.
$15-14. Go, please. $30-14.
Arnaldi has played the next-gen finals. It was back in 2022. Part of the rules there allows for free movement, spectators around. There's had at least one tournament where that movement has been there.
Really trying to rip the backhand. It can't have missed by much. Just beyond the baseline. What an opportunity that was to get the break back. We've had 37 break points in total in this match in just over 3 sets.
Oh my goodness. And then comes up with something like that.
Advantage, Musetti.
Well, I saw a couple of these from Arnaldi in the previous game. Musetti's turn for maybe the best of the bunch.
Use.
So far in this set, Arnaldi, 6 winners, 3 unforced. He's been significantly negative in that ratio the first 3 sets, but he's starting to find his best stuff.
Down the other end of the court.
Advantage Musetti.
Could Arnaldi be feeling it a little bit as well? Forcing the issue. And getting the break back. We're back on serve here in set number 4.
Arnaldi leads 2 games to 1.
He's called for the physio. Which I think, Colin, that was pretty much expected, considering what we saw in the last couple of games from Lorenzo Musetti.
It would be interesting to see what the physio has to say, whether it's a cramp situation or whether it's an injury. Arnaldi still not happy with the noise coming from the crowd. It's hard to have too much sympathy with them. I mean, they're paying customers, they want to see the tennis, they want to enjoy it. It's the new rules of freedom of movement, which I like. You want an atmosphere, don't you?
Time.
And it's not as if it's something that's incredibly loud. Either. It's not someone screaming out or anything like that. Physio has been summoned to Cain Arena, but not at this change of ends. Team's work's never done.
We've got to get the electrolytes, the drinks. Neither player happy at this moment. Timo Janssen, the umpire in the chair, has got his work cut out.
Thank you. Players are ready. Fifteen love. Love.
Again, the second serve into the backhand
30-15.
of Arnaldi, and that's just where he likes it. It's almost giving the batter the exact sort of ball that he likes, and it's been smashed out the park, hasn't it? Got to go into the forehand body there more often, you would think.
Wait, please. 30 all. (40-30).
Just made to play that extra ball.
And again, he's feeling the left leg. Arnaldi was nearly knocked over by that wrong footing ball from Musetti, but he just hung in the point.
Advantage Arnaldi.
Just looked as if the discomfort in that leg affected him there. Musetti didn't really get in position for the backhand. He's starting to struggle physically.
So 3-1 now. And Arnaldi's probably going to want to play this the way Musetti would like it. Long rallies, long points, wear down his opponent.
Yeah, I agree with you. I understand you, but at the same time, it's finding a balance, because you don't want to sort of go too far away from what you do best. And if Arnaldi were to start sort of taking pace off the ball and just nudging it, you know, that can affect your own performance. But completely understand what you mean. You know, long points now, any kind of point looks a struggle for Musetti at this stage. There's a decent chance he'll recover, though, find a second win. There's no doubt Arnaldi the fresher of the two at the moment.
Love 15.
Particularly the way that Arnaldi, when he has been in front, has just gone off the boil, where he would throw in a series of double faults, unforced errors.
Net first serve.
Well, third time lucky.
Yeah, stay cool there, Musetti. We've already had 3 breaks in this set. Door just ajar here for a 4th.
$15.30. $30.
Well, 3 hours 48. This is now the longest match of Lorenzo Musetti's career. Still 7 minutes to go for Arnaldi. Some way left in this match. It's going to become a real war of attrition, you would think. A mental and physical struggle. Certainly got that potential.
Well, if we're going 5, we're 4.5 hours at least. The pace of this match. Oh, that was a limp forehand.
Advantage.
He didn't get around to that one at all. Thing is here, if Musetti can get the break back, they might start looking towards the finish line, thinking his opponent is now hampered as well. Could he just sneak in? Just grab this 4th set, get into the locker room.
Oh no, he's found a way to lose that point. Matteo Arnaldi.
Leads 3 games to 2.
Can you believe it?
We can, because we are on serve again in set number 4 as the physio has been called out to court.
Madison, the physio.
Fairly straightforward what the issue is. The assessment, where it is.
Yeah, where it is left eye, yeah. It's a question of whether it's cramp, whether it's an injury. And after that assessment, there's going to be no medical timeout. So Musetti is going to have to soldier on here. Can only assume that the conclusion from physio Graham Anderson was that it's cramp.
Yep.
And therefore there's not a medical timeout allowed for Musetti here. I'm sure he'll be back on to give it a bit of a rub at the next change of ends. That's allowed.
Thank you.
May also be pressed into service down the other end of the court as well. The other chair.
Love. All.
Certainly had a lot more longer rallies as this match has gone along, wearing effect on the players. And it certainly will be installed as the longest match of the tournament so far. I mean, just around a room, just got that movement there.
Doesn't seem to be hampering him on serve though as yet. You know, the left thigh can be a worry because you're sort of really driving up with that leg, but you're also landing on it. That was where we first saw the cramp on the landing after the serve.
3 points feel like gold for both players. That's nicely done.
Musetti. Three games
Just
all.
asking the umpire about the ball change coming up.
And nothing will help the way he's feeling more than the scoreboard. You know, and if he can feel as he is here, sort of close to the finish line again, just 3 games away, that gives you so much energy in itself.
And also down the other end of the court, huge mountain to climb for Matteo Arnaldi. The way he's feeling too, that another set and a half to go if he's to win.
Now. 15 all.
Oh, he's completely off balance there.
Well, I think that was more than off balance. Was that a bit of cramp for Arnaldi? Very strange attempt at the forehand. No, maybe just actually sort of went over on the left ankle slightly.
Thank you.
Thankfully, doesn't seem to be any lasting damage.
Nope, that's going to go wide. Now danger for Arnaldi.
Yeah, we focused on the way Musetti is feeling, but I think Arnaldi showing real signs now that he's struggling. And we mentioned the scoreboard. You made the good point. Positive for Musetti, but Arnaldi's feeling it here.
And given away.
New ball, please.
And now Lorenzo Musetti, even though he's not feeling the greatest, in a great position to close out this match. Up a break, 4-3 in the fourth. What was it from the physio this time?
Well, Musetti's gesture to him, no, I'm okay. He's won those 2 games. He feels like he's on his way. He doesn't want to sort of disrupt the play now or create a different feeling in his body. And that was unfortunate for Arnaldi. He's definitely struggling, but he really sort of let that game go. This means he's had his chances in this match, hasn't he? You go all the way back to the 5-3 game in the first set. He played pretty nicely the first 8 games. He was the better player. If he just served that set out there, where would we be? And I think the match would have been very, very different. This is the reality. Musetti 2 sets to 1 up, break up. And a big chance to survive this contest.
Players are ready, thank you.
Yeah, things starting to open up now for Musetti. Just that confidence of having the break advantage now and seeing the finish line.
Yeah, he feels he's got this now. There's a sort of assured look about him.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not make any noise during the service motion. Thank you. 30 love.
Level dropping from Arnaldi now.
I just don't think he's got anything left physically. His head's starting to go down.
Game, Musetti.
It's a quality game from Musetti, all things considered. Simone Tartarini, his coach, says right here, get this job done.
Musetti leads 5 games to 3.
Well, he knows enough about his opponent to know when he's struggling. Almost to longest match of the tournament. 4 hours and 9 minutes for that. 4 hours and 3 at the moment. Yeah, just trying to hang in the rallies. He can't do it.
Love 15.
Trying to find a second win, or should we say a third wind, or fourth.
Yeah, I think we lost count now which wind it is, but that's the way, I think, for Arnaldi. Open the shoulders now, have a swing. Yeah, very nice. It's obviously going to help keep the point short for him, which can only be a good thing with the way he's feeling, but it can also be unsettling for the opponent. You know, when you feel like they're just going for the shots, you're not necessarily influencing the points as much.
It also means he can sit on that second serve with the power dropping. Well done. He chased it down, got the result, and now match points.
And what a way to bring up a match point. This is a brilliant shot from Musetti. Too hot to handle. At the net there from his compatriot Arnaldi.
Thank you.
4 hours and 6 minutes on the clock. He's missed it. And the war of attrition comes to an end.
2-1. 7-6, 4-6, 6-3.
They're good friends. And that was a tough battle for both. But the 16 seed does get through. 4 hours and 6 minutes. He's through to round 2 in 4.
Well, it was an awkward match for both players. Such good friends. They've come through the ranks. They spent a good part of their tennis journeys together. And they struggled for large parts of the match to really get the competitiveness going. Just felt like Musetti handled it slightly better in the bigger moments, the 2 tie breaks, and then able to just keep his calm in the 4th set when both started to struggle physically. Arnaldi, he's got some serious game. We'll see plenty more of him in years to come. Just a little untidy. Had his chances, he'll rue them. Ultimately, I think just that more big match experience that Musetti has at this stage helped to carry him through. It was a survival act more than anything.
Absolutely. Yeah, it'd be disappointed Arnaldi to fight hard, remembering 3rd week of the new season. This is what Grand Slam tennis is all about. Being able to have that war of attrition and get through. Get a nice round of applause here. Matteo Arnaldi spends a lot of time in this part of the world. Now for Lorenzo Musetti, clash with either Roberto Bautista Agut or Denis Shapovalov. Bautista Agut taking the 1st set on court 5. That match still in progress. I don't think Lorenzo is in much of a hurry at the moment. You can understand that after 4 hours on court. Well, let's hear what he has to say. Lorenzo's on court with Shane McGuinness.
Well, Lorenzo, that was a roller coaster ride and a half. Each set averaging over an hour. A real battle of attrition.
Yeah, honestly, I knew it even before, walking on court that, playing against a friend, a teammate would have been really tough. And as you look at the clock, you can see the toughness of this match. But, really, really happy and proud of, went through this amazing battle with a friend. But, of course, really looking for to play the next round.
Plenty of Italian fans on Cain Arena tonight. When you come up against someone like Matteo, who you grew up playing tennis with, who is a close friend, how tough is it knowing that, well, hold on, one of us isn't going through to the 2nd round?
Yeah, really tough. And I think, as you can see, the first 2 sets, I think the level of the tennis was really with the ups and downs from both sides, because we had probably a lot of pressure, and it's never easy, to play against Matteo. And I think the last 2 sets were, played at a higher level, and definitely at the end I was playing really good. So really, unfortunately, it's not the best way to win, but of course it's really important for myself, for my season, to start really well here, and hopefully I can go farther.
There will be plenty of fans from here following you through this tournament. Before I let you go, equal career high ranking at the moment, 15 in the world, coming to Melbourne. Do you feel you're playing some of the best tennis you've ever been playing?
Today, no, but hopefully I can, I can improve. Definitely, even last year when I made semis in Wimbledon, the first matches were really, not that high level matches, but at the end I was playing my best tennis so far. So hopefully I can do the same here, and really, my goal is try to go to the 2nd week and try, to go for the best ranking.
As I said, you got plenty of support here on Cain Arena. Loved what you did this evening. Congratulations through to the 2nd round.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lorenzo Musetti.
Sometimes you don't play your best tennis, but you